Let's see. I don't know. Let me just see what's going on here. Oh, I think it might be working. Oh, I think it's working. All right, hold on. There we go. All right. I think it's working. Can you see me? Can you hear me? It was not playing along there. This has been like 15 minutes of anxiety of trying to get this. Oh my God. I don't know. Now I'm frozen again. All right, there we go. My dog is dogging, doing his thing. All right, let's just get settled. Let's just get everything kind of set up here. We'll do our usual stuff. And if we have enough people later, then we will play bingo. If there's no one here, then we won't play bingo. It's that simple. So stick around. We'll do that in the afternoon in a few hours. And that way we kind of break up the day. Now, let me just see. And someone left. Great. It's so hard to keep people here. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. I think I'm like all choppy. And so if it's showing that there's 2 people here, if you're here, can you just leave a comment? Like go into the chat, please, and just say hello so that I can see if that's working, because I don't actually know. And let me look here. Good times, right? Always drama days. Okay. So we are live. It says there's 4 watching, and I got nothing in the chat on YouTube. So I don't know what that means. There we go. All right. And all right. You know what's weird is I'm also in Morning Time Pirates, and there's no chat there at all. Like it just disappeared. There's nothing in the live chat. That's so weird. That's so weird. So I don't know. Now it's showing there's 6 people, but I don't know if the chat is working. Because when I look at, like, I'll show you. Kelly and Alicia are live right now. Oopsie. And this is what their chat looks like for me right now. That there's just nothing there. And when I look here, there's nothing in the chat here. So I don't know what's going on. There was 8 here a moment ago. Now there's 6, but still no chat. And I'm not like keeping track here. I'm just sort of saying now it shows there's 9, but no chat still. And like I said, there's what Kelly's chat looks like for me, which is nothing. That there's just nothing there. So it didn't know. Oh, Lola just texted. Because Ride or Die is on the case. Lola said, my chatty bits don't show up on screen after I type. So this sounds like a YouTube problem. Yeah, this sounds like something's going on with YouTube, because there I'm like, yeah, looking at Kelly's chat, there's nothing. It's like empty. And I was just there a moment ago chatting. And so Lola has said that that's what my chat looks like too. So if you can see me and hear me and everything is good, then I'm just going to talk. And hopefully the chat starts working. Maybe just keep refreshing every once in a while to see if that helps. I don't know what's going on. So the first thing I'm going to do on Sprint today is read. I have not read today. I've been in a bunch of chats this morning, and in every single one I said I was reading. I didn't. I have my e-reader and I didn't read a word. I don't know. I just got distracted and chatty, and it was talking to people was more fun than reading. So I'm going to spend the first sprint. I'm going to make some soup. I made a big pot of soup last night, so I'm going to heat some up. Cauliflower soup. Oh my God. Yum, 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 yum. And what I used in it was that better than broth. It's like a jar with this like chicken jelly or something in it. Oh, it tastes so good. So good. So I'm going to have some soup and read for the first sprint. The second sprint, I have a bunch of interwebby things I need to do. So I'm going to do that. I've got my knitting, the shawl, the blue shawl. I'm on the last Berenstain ball of yarn that I'm going to use for it. And I believe I'm less than 40 rows to go. Each row is like 200 stitches. So it's, you know what I mean? It's not like you think 40 rows, like that's an hour of work. Yeah, no. Because each row, every second row increased. So it started off with like 5 stitches and now it's like 200 stitches. So it takes a while to get through each one. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that by Sunday it's done and I can put it to the side for a while. And then later on, I'll go back and block it and weave in all the ends and photograph it and do a video of it. I may do a knit along video just teaching how to do it, because it's an interesting pattern with the lattice. I don't know if you, let me move my microphone here, because you can see there's a lattice element to it. You can see the holes. So, and that once that's blocked, it will relax. So you can see the lattice, but then there's also just straight knit and it's in sections. So we're getting there. I have, I think 12 more rows of the lattice and then 24 rows of the just straight knit, and that will help. For anybody new popping in, the chat's not working anywhere from the looks of it. I'm in Morning Time Pirates. Kelly and Alicia's chat isn't working either. And Lola has texted me to say that when she's chatting here, her comments are disappearing. So there's I don't know what to do. All I can say is hang tight. If you have something you want me to say or share, jump into the Discord. Unfortunately, you kind of have to be there already, because I don't know that the comments are working at all. Why does this happen every Tuesday? I might change my sprinting day so we can mess up a whole other day of the week. Anyway, we're coming up to 11:15. Unfortunately, there's not much to talk about. Like I said, I'm going to heat up some soup and I'm going to read The Passengers, and then we'll come back and see what happens. We'll sprint until, we'll edit this, until 12:30 p.m. EST. So we didn't even play the theme song or anything today. That's where we're at. We'll maybe try the theme song later. And We will keep an eye on the chat. I'm going to pop in a test and see what happens on my end. It's just spinning. So I had to reboot. And what happened is when I first started the StreamYard today, it wouldn't put, like, it would show that like the camera was here on the screen, but nothing was happening. It was just spinning. And then when I tried to put my theme song up, it was just spinning. So you could see something was there, but it wasn't showing on. So anyway, that's why I decided to reboot. And while I was rebooting, I broke YouTube. So there we are. And I did type in a comment and it's not there. So let me try over here. What's happening? All right. So weird. All right, hang tight. What I'm going to do is pop on some music for us. I have brand new music today. It is in honor of Practical Magic. My husband just pulled up. It's in honor of Practical Magic coming out next weekend. In 11 days, I believe. It's coming out. And so I made a little Practical Magic playlist. So we'll pop that up on the screen. All right, we need to remove that and we'll add that. Okay. Whew. Oh. It's going to help if we have the volume on. And press play. Need to press the play button. Okay, let me know if the volume is okay. Oh, I guess you can't. Lola can text me or jump into the Discord. I'll open it right now. And then let me know if the volume's okay. And we will see you at 12:30, so an hour and 15 minutes. And I'm going to turn off my camera while I eat. And then I'll be back with my freshly made up face. Whew. This has been a day. Spent the last hour just trying to get computers to work. So here we are. Let me know if you can hear me and see me. I don't know what's going on. So I'm on laptop 2. Laptop 1 is next to me on the chair next to me, trying to. We've got the paddles. We're trying to get it back to life. I don't know what happened. I was. Everything was just trucking along just fine. And then all of a sudden, my screen just went black. Like I sent that to Lola. My screen just went black. I couldn't do anything. Fortunately, I have 3 laptops. So I'm currently on laptop number 2. It has nothing except it's used to run my my ribbon printer, my cutting machines, because I do like stickers, like my sticker business, all of it, right? So this laptop was just for that. So there's nothing on it. So I have no bells and whistles at the moment, except I was able to get into YouTube to get music for you. So yay. Whew. Laptop 1 is up and running again. We can see everything. So on the next sprint, I might switch them out because laptop 1 has all my pictures and everything else. And then that way I'm not having to, like, really what it is logging into everything here, because it took me about half an hour to actually get logged into YouTube on this laptop so that I could just play a video. And it's like, I don't love this whole, like to watch a YouTube video, you have to be like in Google. And do you know what I mean? So if something happens with your Google account, you get into, but then other channels didn't have their chat. I was like, what is going on? Everything broke the moment I tried to go live because I went live and I'm like, why is there no comments? And I'm looking and there's like 10 people sitting here and I'm like, where's the comments? Like, what's going on? So I happened to also be pacing through the pages is here. She was there too in Kelly and Alicia's morning sprints. So I went over there. Like I was already there watching. I always just leave it open for the whole time. And so I looked on there and their chat had disappeared too. I was like, oh, okay. YouTube is broken. I have just broken YouTube. Just all these different things. Like so actually before all that, I had to reboot because StreamYard wouldn't load. And then, so we get the chat fixed and then my screen just goes black. And that I have spent the last hour and 20 minutes just trying to fix that. Thank you, Ren. I've got Jen's book here. And I'm sorry, I don't know this computer, because I don't use this computer for this sort of thing. We're going to do the chitty chat. And then on the next sprint, I'm going to switch back to my original laptop, the real laptop, because it has everything and it tends to work. This is using Internet Explorer. The other one uses Chrome. Not that either's any better, because they all crash. Nothing freaking works. Good times. Okay. Thank you, Ren. I'm going to pull that up. And there we go. All right. Whew, let's just go see what happened in the chat. So there we are. Oh, this was me saying I have to change laptops. The chat was still kind of wonky when I came back, because then I did check other people's chats and I was like, where is everything? And I thought I saw somebody, but I'm not sure if they're here. There we go. There's pacing through the pages. Hi, Pearl. I'm so sorry to be late. No need to be sorry. You're here. You're right on time. It's all good. We're here for 6 hours. So don't feel like you got to be here the second we go live. Our internet went out about 10 minutes before you went live. What is going on? September 1st? everything's gone haywire. I didn't get to play my theme song. I didn't get to say it's, 11:05 on the North Shore of Lake America. Like, I didn't even get to say any of that. So, and then you're thinking the chat's down on YouTube. We got to get it together. We got to get it together. And Jen, pacing through the pages, is reading A Daughter of Fair Verona by Christina Dodd. Super cute so far. So I did pull it up, and this is so it's Daughter of Montague. This is the first of the series, and I think this is Romeo and Juliet, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Knives Out meets Bridgerton in Fair Verona as New York Times bestselling author Christina Dodd kicks off a frothy, irreverent, witty new series with an irresistible premise. Romeo and Juliet's daughter as a clever, rebellious, fiercely independent young woman in Fair Verona, told from the delightfully engaging point of view of the captivating Rosie Montague herself, a rose by any other name. I guess we're taking a lot of artistic license on this one, because I'm like, where'd this baby come from? I've read Romeo and Juliet. How many people? All 25 people died, all because two 15-year-olds couldn't have a normal conversation. Once upon a time, a young couple met and fell in love. You probably know that story and how it ended badly. But here's the thing. That's not how it ended at all. Oh, Romeo and Juliet are alive and well and are the parents of 7 kids. I'm the oldest, with the emphasis on old, a certified spinster at 20 and happy to stay that way. It's not easy to keep your taste for romance with parents like mine. Picture it: constant monologues, passionate declarations, fighting, making up, making out. It's exhausting. This sounds hilarious. Each time they've presented me with a betrothal, I've sent out to find the groom to be a more suitable bride. After all, someone sensible needs to stay home and manage this household. But their latest match, Duke Stefano, is so easy. It isn't so easy to palm off on anyone else. The debaucher has had 3 previous wives, all of whom met unfortunate ends. Conscience forbids me from consigning another woman to that fate. As it turns out, I don't have to. At our betrothal ball, where quite by accident I met a beautiful young man who makes me wonder if perhaps there's something to love at first sight, I stumbled upon Duke Stefano with a dagger in his chest. But who killed him? His late wife's families? His relatives? His mistress? His servants? Half of Verona had a motive. And when everyone around the Duke begins dying, disappearing, or descending into madness, I know I must uncover the killer before death lies on me like an untimely frost. Oh, this sounds like a lot of fun. Bam, onto my TBR. So it is 283 pages. So not a massive commitment. It was released on... It was published on June 25th, 2024. So it's only a couple years old. It has a 3.74 on Goodreads. So there we go. It's a romance, historical fiction, mystery fiction, audiobook retellings. That sounds like a lot of fun. And I'm just writing it down because, like I said, this laptop is not set up for anything. And Hazy Daisy joined us. Hello and welcome. I can't remember if you've been here before. I don't remember. Oh, this was me saying to Jenna, I've had nothing but issues. So yeah, I feel ya. I feel you. And I was saying hello. And I was asking if you can hear the music because nothing was set up. So there we go. We got the sound going. Thank you to Hazy Daisy for hanging in there and listening for me. And I had let Ren know that I lost the book that she was talking about. So I've asked her. So we've got it pulled up here. Lola's saying everything is working. And pacing through the pages, got to 6% and heated up leftover Chinese for lunch. Yum. Yum. And then Ren is listening to Stormbreaker. Let me find it here. It's showing me like ice climbing tools. Ay. All right. Stormbreaker. Now I definitely want to read the Romeo and Juliet one. And Lola's saying Lake America, right? Didn't even get to say it's 11:05 on the North Shore of Lake America. Ay. Okay. Stormbreaker is a 3.99 on Goodreads. It is fantasy, dystopia, romantasy, young adult romance, audiobook, fantasy romance. It was released May of 2026, 416 pages. So this is the same author apparently as Fourth Wing. I'm not a fantasy reader, but even I know that book, that story. It might even be on our shelves because my son likes fantasy. So that book might even be on my bookshelf. For 19-year-old Poet Graves, thank you for choosing a book that I can say the names. For 19-year-old Poet Graves, New Manhattan has always promised safety if she obeys. Raised within the ruling houses and betrothed to a powerful heir, she enters Amory Academy, knowing her future has already been decided. But Amory is nothing like she imagined. Its trials are brutal, its loyalties conditional, and its rules designed to expose weakness. As Poet struggles to survive, she must hide the truth that could get her executed. The storms don't fear her. They answer back. Ooh, I like that. I like that line. The storms don't fear her. They answer her back. Because you know that thing? It's like, I don't fear the storm because I am the storm. Yeah, I'm going to hang on to that one. You know what? Let's take a little picture of it so that I don't forget. The storms don't fear her. They answer her back. What a great line. When a dangerous outsider from beyond the city walls enters the academy, Poet is drawn to him despite everything she's been taught to believe. He threatens the life she's been promised, and choosing him could cost her not just her future, but freedom. A gripping dystopian romance filled with forbidden power, ruthless challenges, and a heroine who refuses to burn quietly. Perfect for fans of Divergent and The Hunger Games. Nice. Are you enjoying it? Oh, that's interesting. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to start that again. From the publisher who brought you Fourth Wing, not the author. Publisher. Sorry, my bad. Because I went back and I'm like, what? From the publisher who brought you Fourth Wing. So if I said the author, then I totally just was reading and my brain wasn't doing the right things. So it's definitely the publisher of the Fourth Wing, not the author. Yeah, right. But see, like I would totally fall for my own BS because I don't know any of it. So I'd been like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I could have said it. You could have misheard it. It could be a collaborative thing. We could just be, making stuff up right here on the spot. So yeah, that was, I may have said author by mistake. Because you know how when you're talking and your brain will just fill in stuff, but not necessarily what you're actually reading? So yeah. So Ren, are you enjoying this? Because it sounds really interesting, actually. It's definitely a fantasy. There's a lot of dystopian fiction right now, which I find quite interesting. Because growing up as a Gen Xer, in the 80s, when I was in high school, all the books we read were like dystopian. Bridge to Terabithia, things like that. Those were my high school English, because we had English lit. That wasn't like when my son did English in high school. Now in our modern times, they really didn't read very many books, which I thought was kind of interesting. There weren't books, but he did do a couple Shakespeare's, which was good because I was like, how you be doing English and not be studying Shakespeare? Like that's how you learn English, is study Shakespeare. You know, like that's how you get to sound snooty at cocktail parties and say, oh, that was written in iambic pentameter, right? So Pacing through the pages saying, oh yeah, it happens to me all the time. Yeah. I will fill in blanks. I will hear things. I will say things. Do not trust anything, because who knows? Who knows? We could be all wrong. I don't know. Yeah, and Ren had said, yeah, different authors, same publisher. And then Ren is saying, but I find it slightly disrespectful that the publishers used Rebecca's book to promote Nisha's work. Nisha Tooley already has a super popular series of her own. Interesting. And so does Nisha did they use her name to promote other people? Because it could just be like I get where you're coming from 100%. And if this is just gratuitous, like, yeah, we're going to use this author to sell this other author to people who like this author. But at the same time, is it more like how you do the, if you liked this book, you will also like this book? Is it kind of like that, where they're just trying to tap in, let the audience know that if you liked this series or book or story, then you will probably like this one too? I get it. I get what you're saying, but I do wonder if it was like, I wonder how Rebecca feels. That's, you know what I mean? And there's, yeah, Jen saying that's a good point. It could go both ways to hit the groups that reach each of them separately, right? Because they could have very successful careers and each other's audience doesn't know about the other. So, and I've seen the videos where like somebody's like, the childhood books that you loved, here's the adult versions. Like if I ever saw something of like, if The Secret Garden was your favorite book as a child, you will love this one as an adult, like that, because Secret Garden was my favorite. Oh, my Amazon is here. Amazon guy is here. The white van just pulled up. The kidnap van. I'm pacing through the pages saying, my teenager gets the biggest rise out of it. Yeah. My son is very literal these days, and it's I'm kind of very annoyed with him right now. So yeah. Teenagers. Should have sent him away. He did get accepted at a university 15 hours from here, and kind of wishing I had pushed him in that direction. What did I order? I can't remember. I don't remember. Oh, it might be the tripod. So my selfie stick broke. The little bit that expands and holds the phone, the one part broke, so it wasn't holding the phone as well as it needed to. And I can't really go out in the world with my phone potentially falling out, right? So sitting here is fine, like if I'm filming something. So I ordered a new little selfie stick, but then I saw they have like a 7-foot one, because I've been watching videos on how to film yourself, like cooking in the kitchen and like aesthetic videos. And the thing that every single one of them said is you need like a tall tripod, tall selfie stick for your phone, because the little ones just aren't working. They're not doing what they need to do. So I ordered that. So that's probably what's just been dropped off at my door. Yeah. And Lola's saying, he was my favorite son. I'm re-questioning things. Yeah. Yeah. Did it break? Well, who do you think I hit? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. But I'm kind of at my limit. So I'm taking a little break from mommyhood right now, because I'm this is not a challenging 5-year-old. This is a challenging 18-year-old. And yeah. He's away with his dad right now. They've gone away for the day. So they are one of our properties is empty right now. And so it's out near Toronto, and it's a house, like it's a 2-bedroom townhouse. So we had people living in it. They were renting it. Wonderful, wonderful people. I know somebody here called me maybe a slumlord one time. Yeah, no, Now, when they let us know that they had bought a house and were moving, they actually sent a beautiful message thanking us for being the most incredible landlords and just, that what a great experience they had living in the house that we own. So, and they were absolutely wonderful tenants. I'm actually kind of nervous about finding another tenant. So we'll see. But the guys are out there and they are painting because, they lived in the house for 8 years, maybe. I can't remember when they moved in. So, life is life, right? It's not a tenant thing. It's just a life thing. And, so they're just giving the place a quick coat of paint, filling in all the little holes from paintings and pictures and things like that. And then we'll get it rented out. We'll once they have it done, we'll start putting it out there to different companies on their bulletin boards. So say like the nuclear plant is near there. So we'll get it on the bulletin board up there that it's for rent, and the police and things like that in that area. In case there's people who are looking for a place to rent. It could, because it has 2 bedrooms upstairs, but then it has a space in the basement that potentially could be a 3rd bedroom if somebody wanted to have a little bit more open space. So that's where we're at. And so, yeah, reasonably 3 people could rent it and not cost a lot each person to live in a great spot right by the highway, close to everything. Yeah, maybe good. Anyway, if you want to move in, let me know. So anyway, the guys are out there painting. So I've got the house to myself. Just my little dog is here next to me. Quarter life crisis, right? Yeah, I don't know. He's got PMS or something. It's annoying me. Like, this is the thing. He's like, if he's got like quarter life crisis and I've got menopause, this is why we're crashing. Yeah. Ren is saying, I think Rebecca and Nina published through Red Tower Books, and usually it's always only comparable titles that are mentioned to attract different audience, but never stating that they published another. Oh, another super popular book. Oh, interesting. So this is new. This is a new marketing tactic. Like, I understand when it's like, here's the new book of ours, great for fans of book A and book B, but at least then the mention actually makes sense and is connected to the book. Yes. So if this story that you're reading right now has no connection, all right, are we working now? Oh my God. I don't know if you heard me say what I just said, but I'm getting real close to shutting down my channel and just going and doing something else with my life. Because I swear to God, every week, every fucking week. There's issues, either StreamYard crashes or YouTube crashes or my whole computer, like something every fucking week. Anyway, sorry, my language. I'm Canadian. We swear a lot. I'm amazed I don't swear more here. All right. Lola's saying, I'll rent. Sign me up. Well, that would be fun. Yeah. And Ren's saying either YouTube program, I don't know. Something happened. But here's the thing. Because I had laptop 1, I'm now back on laptop 1. I had laptop 1 next to me as I was going back into everything. So I just quickly grabbed it and here we are. So we may just bounce back and forth. Lola's saying, wow, people come and go so quickly around here. Yeah. Yeah, it's like there was a lot of people here a minute ago and now, because you buffer. You got to be patient. Please just be patient. Pacing through the pages is saying, oh my, I feel this, raising teenagers, especially older teenagers alongside peri or full menopause is a level of parenting no one warns us about, right? Jen, you and I, we should just go on a trip for like 5 years. And we'll just bring our books and our crafts and we'll just sit somewhere not being harassed by teenagers. Yeah. And mine is like I actually wish he would bring something to it all, but he doesn't. He just doesn't. He doesn't talk. He doesn't share. He doesn't. Like people say things to me like, wow, we really like him. And I think, how would you know? Right? Because he doesn't talk to me. I hear him talking to other people. He has full on, but he just doesn't talk to me. And so it's very triggering because my mother hates me and my son seems to hate me. So that's where we're at. Yeah, I might start drinking. Yeah. Lola's saying, Ren, it's YouTube. I thought it was me at first. The cat stood on my phone. Yeah. I'm back. Yeah. And I'll get everything set up. Because every time I have to like reboot or change computer, I lose everything that's set up. If you've ever used StreamYard, anybody who does streaming, below this screen is all your things, like your picture, your music, Yeah. And Ren's saying we didn't hear anything. Unfortunately, you read my comment and then it stopped. Okay, well, I'm glad you didn't hear me have my little emotional meltdown. Being both mom and teen being in their Dilligaf era at the same time is diabolical. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like I'm a Gen X, right? So I don't care. Like this is my whole thing. We're Gen X and we don't care. And so it's really funny. I was watching a video about boomers and like Gen X. So early boomers gave birth to early Gen X. It sort of a little further into boomer existence is when those were the people that raised millennials, but early boomers raised early Gen X. And my mother is an original. She was born in 1947. She is an OG boomer. She is boomer as can be. And I do find it interesting that boomers now want their children to be their caregivers. But boomers raised the I don't care generation and now expect them to care. Yeah. So I don't know. I thought being Gen X with a Z son was pretty freaking cool until the last couple of weeks. And I'm just worn out. I'm just done. And yeah. And Lola's saying, I wonder if he's going through what you were going through in June with endings and growing up and changing, and he's gone through major changes before. Well, if this was a big personality change for him, then yeah, I could say, yeah, you might be onto something there, but this is not. He's never been somebody who talks to me. He doesn't engage with me. There's times when I drive him 2-3 hours to an event, so it might be 2 or 3 hours each way, and we do that in silence. If I don't talk, we drive in silence. If I ask him questions, I don't really get a lot. And he's always been like that. I remember when he went to elementary school and he would come home And I would say to him, how was your day? What happened? Whatever. And I'd get nothing out of him. And I'd end up crying and being like, I don't know what the magic question is to get you to talk to me. And so this has been 18 years of this. I've just kind of gone through too much of it at this point, and I need a break. I'm going to start crying. I just need a break because it's really, really hard to raise somebody who doesn't like you. Do you know what I mean? It's hard enough to be raised by someone who doesn't like you, but then it's like my son doesn't like me. So I got rid of my parents. I don't have a relationship with them. I haven't had for a long, long time, 13-ish years. But that's okay because you think eventually your parents are going to go away. You're not going to have them forever. So it's like one of those things that the natural evolution of your life is that eventually your parents aren't going to be part of your life. But you think your children are going to be part of your life until you yourself die. And at this point now, I'm like, I even said to my husband, I said, you know, when he moves out and lives on his own, we'll never hear from him, or at least I will never hear from him. And you know, not having, it's just, yeah. But the expectation is, as a mother, I'm supposed to just give and give and give. But I look at other families who do that as well, because Gen X parents is kind of what we do. We threw ourselves into our kids because we had to swing that pendulum the whole way in the other direction, right? So you better believe we threw ourselves into our kids. And whatever our kids were doing, well, that's our job now, right? So we have, you know, just that giving, doing, being there for our kids, wanting our kids to have what we didn't have. It's just hard when I look at other families who are the same, that they're Gen X, they get it. Like I have like other kids in my son's band who their parents are my age, they're Gen X, they get it. And we've had that conversation of like, yeah, this is just our job. It's just the next job, right? But their children seem to like them. Their children engage with them and talk with them and have fun with their parents and everything. And my son just sits in silence. And he doesn't share anything with me. He doesn't talk to me. So it's hard. It kind of reaches a point where you're like, well, how much giving am I expected to do before I just say I'm done? That's where I'm at. He may be listening. I don't know. Maybe now he'll have some insight. So I don't know. Anyway, so that's where we're at. I'm hoping I don't know. I would say I'm hoping it's temporary, but he's never been somebody who's engaged with me or talked to me or anything like that. So Jen is saying, I just got out of that same phase. It's horrible. I'm so sorry. They say you're not a real YouTuber till you've cried on your channel. So you can read what Jen said. Just read it in her accent. Just give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. I just didn't want to have like makeup streaking down my face. All right, sorry. I don't know. Well, we got all emotional there because we're having a shit day. And then my laptops wouldn't work and nothing would work. And here we are crying on a Tuesday afternoon on the North Shore of Lake America. Yeah. All right. Whew. Thank you, everyone. Good times. See, I'm human. It's not always sunshine here. I'm human. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, is that what you were going through? I remember you were having a little rough patch there. And I was like on the road all the time. I couldn't even like check in. I was just like, oh, I felt terrible. I couldn't check in with you. Yeah. I know Ryan and Tanya, right? I'd be like, look, Canadian woman crying saying Lake America. Yeah. Hugs to all the mamas. Yes, I had someone else's kids hate me, so I can only relate. Well, still, when you're in a parenting role with a kid who hates you, it's like, what am I supposed to do? How much love am I supposed to put into this? Before I say, you know what, I'm gonna take a break and tend to me, right? So this, I feel like this is why I'm kind of excited for September, is I'm returning back to my life. I spent 3 months on the road for my son with people I don't necessarily wouldn't choose. Like, I wouldn't necessarily choose to spend my summer with. You know, there are people that I would, but there's quite a few of them that I would not. And they wouldn't choose to spend their summer with me either, which is totally fine, right? We all have our people that we like and don't like. But I just spent 3 months doing that. And I feel like now I'm like, okay, it's September. I can return to me. I can tend to my life and my things and the things I like doing. Perhaps I could make a vlog, because I haven't done one of those since May, I think, because I just haven't had time. Anyway, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Don't cry and say Lake America. It'll be my viral moment. Josh, Jasmine, all of them will. Instead, cry and say Niagara Falls. Well, you know, it's just not Welland Canal. That's a little bit more politically appropriate at the moment. Gulf of America, Lake America, what a time we live in, right? Listen, I am one of those people, I just find it funny, because I know it's not, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not real, but it's just like a cat playing with the mouse that it caught, right? I do find it hilarious how many people in Canada are losing their minds over it, but at the same time are changing the names of streets and universities and things because they don't like it. And the CBC said that 9/11 was just an unfortunate accident. So, you know, they do the same thing here, changing history and rewriting things and whatever. So I just think it's funny. I thought that. and the book, like the thing he signed, what did they call that? The executive order, and like the book and yeah, I just thought it was funny. And the way it's made Canadians lose their minds is it's kind of making my day. So, yeah, and it's so funny because people, like a lot of people that I hang out with and that I watch and listen to, they're all saying the same thing. They're like, it's just kind of funny, and let's keep moving forward. So that's where we're at. Okay, thank you for indulging me, everybody who got to see Pearl cry on her channel. Maybe not for the first time, I don't know. I might have cried on my channel before, I can't remember. But anyway, Jen, I'm sorry you've been having to deal with that kind of stuff too. But like you said, you pulled back, so I'm pulling back. I don't know about your situation, if your kids are engaged with you, talk to you, share with you, anything like that. Mine never has, so we'll see what happens. Apparently, I'm very mean and awful, and, you know, worst mommy ever. Oh, it's okay. Let's hear for it. Won't be the last cry. No, it won't. Blake! Yay! Blake is here. Happy September and first days. Yes. And Jen is saying, take a breath and reset. We will get through this. Yes, we will. We will. Blake, let's go back to Blake for 1 second. Blake is doing everything crashed, Blake, so I don't have anything up on my screen right now. But let me see if I have the image on this laptop. It's a Cozy Countdown. Is that what it's called? Cozy Countdown? Okay, I don't have the images here. And it's September 1st to November 1st, is it? I need to get into my Discord to find it. And so this is, Blake does an incredible job of creating prompts and bingo boards and graphics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's just gorgeous what she creates. Blake did Summerween for June, July, August, which was a lot of fun. I will not be creating a TBR for Cozy Countdown. I'm just going to read what I've got. because I picked a whole bunch of like summer weenie books and then I DNF'd like 4 out of 7. So yeah, no thanks. Won't be doing that. But there's, let me see. I'm going to pull up. There it is. Okay. So we have the bingo board, plus there's a prompt sheet printable. And you know what I'm going to do is I got to do all kinds of fiddling around with it to show it on here because it's a WebP from Discord, but I need it as a JPEG here. So what I'm doing is saving these images, and I will show them on the next chatty bit. So stick around, Blake. I'm very, very excited. So gosh, there's just a shop your shelves, new discoveries, cozy vibes, seasonal fun, spin the leaf jar, bonus challenges, cozy bookshelf challenge. And the graphic, oh, is just so cute. You're going to love it when you see it. And the bingo is like read for 30 minutes, diamond paint for 30 minutes, journal at least 1 page, read with a cozy drink, use a bookmark, wear your coziest, like just cute, cute, cute stuff. So that I will be doing that. And there is a Discord for it. Blake, you have your Summer Ween Discord, but are you going to create like a whole new like cozy countdown, or are we going to stay just in the Summer Ween? Let me find it. I see you there, Jen. Let me find it because I see that Blake did do a video, a launch video. It's so freaking cute. I just love people who do this kind of thing and create it. Like I want to create something as well, maybe for the new year. Okay. Here, the link I just dropped is the link to Blake's video announcing Cozy Countdown. This is day 1. So far, we've broken the internet, we've broken YouTube, we've broken laptops, and we've cried on our channel. So happy cozy. Everything's going great. Everything's going great. Yeah. All right. So Jen, there's, the link is there. And then, Jen, if you're in my Discord, I'll probably share it into my Discord chit chat as well. And that way, people see it there too. It was a lot of fun. Like it's very low stress, low pressure. It's like for Summer Ween, we were just sharing our crafts and our little videos of our adventures and our blogs. And, it was just nice. It's just nice. When you need a place that is just nice, that's what it is, where there's no drama, there's no craziness. It's just nice. And so Blake does such a beautiful job. Blake is just a lovely person to begin with. So of course it's going to be a lovely experience. But she just does an amazing job of organizing. I might actually go to her and ask for some help getting something for like January, like wintry hibernation kind of something. So we'll see. Might be some competition for her, but we'll see. We shall see. So there's the link and right there. And I'll pop it into the Discord too. I think you're in mine. If not, I'm pretty sure I have you in my DMs there. And then I'll get I've pulled the graphics, so I'll convert them for this platform and then we'll show them. There we are. And Lola has dropped the link as well. And now that I'm back from my crazy life, I'll be able to get into Jen's chats again and sprints and everything. Jen, you and we should do a show together. Don't you think that would be fun? We could both sit here and cry. It'll just be like, bring your Kleenex. We're just going to cry for an hour. Get it all out. All right, everybody. Let's do some stuff. I think we all feel a little better. I think things are coming along. We're back in the swing of things. I'm gonna get the music. Let's do it. Let's talk in the Discord. We'll let's do a little DM, and we'll pick a day that's not like any of our friends like big day, and we'll do something. Maybe we'll do like a few hours and we'll just hang out, do crafts, read, we'll just chat, and all that kind of stuff. Well, let's do it. Let's do it. And Lola and I are going to do something later, maybe starting in a couple of weeks. It's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun. Because I like that. Sometimes I feel like just sitting here by myself, it's like I just wish I had another person to kind of bounce off of. Do you know what I mean? And I've done shows with somebody else, but in another format, like in another life, in another community. And it's a lot of fun because you kind of feed off of everyone's energy. So yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Okay, we're going to sprint until... Did that say 12:30? 2:30. Okay, yeah. I thought I got it right. Okay, so we're going to sprint till 2:30, so about an hour and 10 minutes. I will get our music back, our practical magic music. There we go. I think everything's working again. We can stop crying. It's all good. Okay, happy sprinting. Let me know what you're going to work on. If you're reading a book, let me know, and we'll look it up to talk about on the next chatty bit. And I got to do some interwebby stuff. Lola's saying Practical Magic comes out in 2 weeks. Is it 2 weeks or is it in 10 days? I feel like it comes on the 11th. I don't know. But that's what sort of prompted me to make some Practical Magic music for my music channel. And that's what we're listening to right now. I love it. I love it. And I can't wait to see the movie. Yay. All right. I got so deep in what I was doing. Lola's like, it's 2:30. Like, thank you. Always got to keep me on track. There we go. So we'll scroll back to where we were crying. Good times. And it's, you know what, though? It's good we can do this all together, because see how everybody was like, yeah, been there, been there. The menopause teenager combination is, yeah. This is what happens when you're a geriatric parent. I was 37 when I had my son. And I didn't think, like, you know, at the time, it's not, I didn't plan it. I'm like, let's wait till I'm really old. It happened when it happened. But when I had him, I didn't think, what's my life going to look like when I'm like deep in menopause and have a surly teenager? No one never thought about that part. Lola's saying Practical Magic comes out in 2 weeks. I said, I think it's 11 days, 10 days. Got told off. Excuse me. It comes out on the 11th, right? Are we all going to go see it? I think this Friday I want to watch the first one with my husband. Have some snacky snacks. I see that Costco has a big thing of spinach dip. So I think I might get that. Some nice snackies, you know, nacho chips, things like that. And then we'll have a little movie night and watch Practical Magic on the 4th. And then on the 11th, actually go to the movie theater, sit in the seats that other people have sat in, and see Practical Magic 2. I think that'll be fun. And I think it comes out on the 11th. I know they had a date, but then they changed the date. And now I'm not 100% certain, but we'll figure it out. Alicia's here. Yay! Saying just joining. Got back from my errands, Home Depot and Barnes & Noble. I was just thinking about Barnes & Noble the other night because I was trying to describe to one of our American friends like what Chapters Indigo is here. So the company is called Chapters Indigo, but some stores are Chapters and some stores are Indigo. Maybe it's just, you know, it costs a lot of money to change signs. I don't know. So they have like a cafe plus the books plus the gifty stuff. And I feel like the last time I was in a Barnes & Noble was like maybe 20 years ago. I feel like it's the comparable thing. So that's what I was trying to explain to somebody, like what Chapters is. And I was like, I think it's pretty similar to a Barnes & Noble. And now Alicia's getting lunch and trying to finish Spark Joy before the audiobook goes back. I don't understand why like digital stuff is on loan. I don't get that. It's one of those things I just don't understand. So Spark Joy, an illustrated masterclass on the art of organizing and tidying up. Marie Kondo is the author. 3.89 rating on Goodreads, 291 pages. It was published in 2012. And how many reviews does it have? Almost 45,000 reviews. So that's some solid feedback. It is an in-depth line illustrated room-by-room guide to decluttering and organizing your home. It covers every room in the house, from bedrooms and kitchens to bathrooms and living rooms, as well as a wide range of items in different categories, including clothes, photographs, paperwork, books, cutlery, cosmetics, The secret to Marie Kondo's unique and simple KonMari tidying method is for you to focus on what you want to keep, not what you want to get rid of. Ask yourself if something sparks joy, and suddenly it becomes so much easier to understand if you really need it in your home and in your life. When you surround yourself with things you love, you'll find your whole life begins to change. Definitely one we could all use. Absolutely. And are you now working on your house? Are you working on getting everything condoed? Because I could probably do. Didn't she have a show on Netflix? Doesn't she have that? Wasn't there like a series, a TV show or something? Yeah. There's a lot of things that aren't sparking joy in my life right now. In my home, he's not in my home right now. He's in someone else's home right now, but we'll see. I've been doing some like Swedish death cleaning. Because as we sit here on the brink of who knows what in Canada, been kind of thinking like, I don't know if this is where we're going to stay. I kind of want to go to Alberta and buy like a condo or something, rent it out, and then just let it sit there till we make some decisions. Because if Alberta does actually separate, I kind of want to go with them. On the other hand, I don't know if we're going to end up living in America or if we may end up somewhere like Montenegro or somewhere in one of the Scandi countries. I don't know. But with all of that in mind, I've been kind of working on like decluttering and getting rid of stuff and cleaning out things that we just don't need or use anymore. And then that way, when the time comes and we do make a decision, we're not those people who are like starting from scratch. So I thought if we just sort of whittle everything down to just what we want and need and use, then great. And we're not touching my yarn. That's that. But like even something as simple as like the drawers in the kitchen, just taking 30 minutes to purge them, clean them out, reorganize, and just get rid of everything that we don't use. I found in there the other day a spaghetti strainer that we don't eat spaghetti. We're not a pasta family. So there's absolutely no need for pasta tools in our house. So that kind of stuff, I was getting rid of things. And we have a wonderful store in town. It's in the church, and it's like stuff, the place where you donate stuff and then they sell it really cheap. But they're not those like anti-capitalist thrift store people. They actually, everything's like $1 or $2, which is great. And they don't get themselves in a tangle about resellers or anything else. They know what they want for it. And whatever you sell it for later is up to you. So I just take stuff down there. I just take bags of things. And the ladies down there are wonderful. They do a great job. And they know that I occasionally do outreach. So there's anyone who does outreach in our community can go to the church, to the little store, and let them know that you need some stuff for someone who's homeless or someone who's just been displaced or whatever. And you can just go. They don't charge you for anything like that. So a couple years ago, there was a guy that I found near my house who was homeless, and he was really, really hurting. And so the first thing I did was go down to the store, let them know, and ask for some, track pants and a shirt, like a t-shirt, track pants, some underwear, shoes, a backpack for him, et cetera, et cetera. And then that way, at least he had something clean to wear that day. And then we got him connected with some services and stuff like that. So that's where I'm taking everything that I'm just getting rid of. All those weird random gifts in the 90s, all of it is going. There's a whole ton of stuff. So it's been great. It feels really good to clean it all out. And so now I need to know, Alicia, are you going to condo your home? Like you just kind of had a dose of it with the flood and the bookshelves and everything else, because I know you were purging some stuff there as well. And I was just saying to Alicia, came in just as we were starting our last sprint, so she got to just dive right in. And I had sent Jen, pacing through the pages is Jen, sent her a little message on Discord so that we can do a little show together and have some laughs. Maybe we'll cry too. Never know. Maybe we'll bring our kids on and we'll have some group therapy. I don't know. Alicia saying, oh, perfect. I'm just in time. Yes, you are always just in time. And I said, yeah, just get comfy and we'd be chatting in a minute. And while we were sprinting, I did a bunch of interwebby things, got my day book updated because I tend to write notes all over the place, but then I needed in one central spot. So got that done. And then I was comfort knitting. And Lola said, good, you deserve it. And I said, thanks. It started as rage knitting, but I lost all my rage when I started crying because see, when all the computer stuff was going on, I was like getting really angry and I'm like, I need to rage knit. And by the time I actually picked it up, I was just like, I just want my yarn to be comforting at this point. The dam broke and cleaned away all the bad energy. But do you want to know what happened? Look. This is meant to be gradient. Because as you can see, it's gradient. It's not stripes. So the middle of this is the dark blue. So now what I have to do is cut it, get my little winder. Remember last time we went through this and I had to get my winder, and I have to wind it so that I can attach it at the darkest part, which is what we're on. So this is Bag O' Day. I don't know. I don't listen. Crystal is a lovely woman. Did you see that she got swatted one night on her channel? That's scary. I did not know there was so much drama in the yarn community. But this has happened. This is not the first time. I bought 5 skeins balls of this Bag O' Day yarn. Every single one of them had this situation. And so I've had to like wind to the right part over and over and over. So I don't know that I would buy this one again to do a big project, because this is one of those projects that you need your yarn to work. If it's just smaller projects, it's okay. But for like, if you were knitting a blanket, you'd be really frustrated. Lola's saying what happened now. Oh, just everything. The whole day. I might start smoking and drinking again. Afternoon drinking is fun. We all need new hobbies. Yeah. My new hobby is day drinking. Yeah. And Alicia's saying, I finished my book, Spark Joy. Time to get the kids from school, so I'll be back. Yeah, Alicia will be back just after 3 usually. And we're on the same time zone, so I know her schedule. Kelsey's saying, hopefully my chat is working again. I worked on a watercolor for a bit while watching some Gilmore Girls. And now I'm diving into Educated by Tara Westover. Well, let's have a little look at that. Let's see what that's about. Oh, there we go. I find it interesting when I Google a book that the Goodreads is like all over the place. Educated, Tara Westover, 4.46, 352 pages, was released or published in 2018. Oh, and it's got awards. It's got a bunch of awards. Okay. So this is nonfiction memoir. This is a book club book, biography, audiobook, biography, memoir. One of the most acclaimed books of our time, an unforgettable memoir about a woman who kept out of school, leaves her survivalist family, and goes on to earn a PhD from Cambridge University. How timely. How timely. Born to survivalists. I knew survivalists, actually, in Toronto. In the mountains of Idaho, Tara Westover was 17 the first time she set foot in a classroom. Her family was so isolated from mainstream society that there was no one to ensure the children received an education and no one to intervene when one of Tara's older brothers became violent. When another brother got himself into college, Tara decided to try a new kind of life. Her quest for knowledge transformed her, taking her over oceans and across continents to Harvard and to Cambridge University. Only then would she wonder if she traveled too far, if there was still a way home. Oh, that sounds interesting. That does sound interesting because, yeah, at what point do you realize you've outgrown your people and they're not your people anymore? It was like, Jeanette Walls, whatever her name is, the Glass Castle, kind of like that. So that as I was reading the description of this, that's what was coming to mind, was the Glass Castle. And yes, Kelsey, your chat's working again. And Lola's saying to Alicia, safe travels. And pacing through the pages and saying, no reading. Unfortunately, I was working on my board prep review and then got a call from one of the doctors I work with. Well, that's still productive. I haven't read a word today because once all that stuff happened, I was like, my mind is not into reading. And so then I'm going to, I'll read tonight in bed. And Lola's saying, get rid of things now. It's a lot easier to move. Yeah, that's what's kind of in my mind. Like the basement has to be dealt with, just everything, every room. You know, when you just like you live somewhere a long time, like we've lived in this house 20 years, and you just stuff just becomes part of the decor. And then you realize I'm just surrounded by my junk, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at and what I'm doing. And yeah, just kind of tackling it a little bit at a time. It's in my daily schedule to declutter something every single day. So most of the kitchen drawers are done now. So I've got to work on the kitchen cupboards. Plus there's bookshelves in the living room that I've cleaned out totally, got the books all organized, and I want to decorate for autumn. So there's that, like just a lot of stuff. Really what I do is sleep when maybe I should use those 8 hours to do something productive. So yeah. Kelsey saying, oh no, rage, knitting and crying. You got this. Yeah. Thank you. If you go back to the last chatty bit, we're all having a little moment, you know, because we were talking about being menopausal moms with teenage surly children. And yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And Lola's saying, I saw Crystal has quit, but didn't look into why. Oh, I didn't know she'd quit. All right, I'm gonna do some investigating on the next sprint. Something that I also did was I got my iPod and put the Calamity Club on it, and so I'm starting tomorrow. Getting back to walking an hour a day at like 7:30 in the morning to be back for 8:30, so that I can kind of get settled and be ready for 9 o'clock sprints with Kelly and Alicia. And so I thought, well, I'll listen to Calamity Club over the course of September, because it's like 29 hours long. I think it's like 28 and a half hours long. I did not realize how big this book is. And I'd never seen it in person until the other night. I was in Walmart and it was there. And it's a brick. You could use it as a weapon. And so I put that on my iPod. So my iPod's charging. It's got that loaded on it. So I am ready to go first thing tomorrow morning. No, I didn't walk today because I was busy getting ready to rage sprint and do all this stuff. And it's like kind of rainy here today. I may go for a walk later, but I have so many other things to do. I need to clean my kitchen. My father-in-law was asking for Scottish macaroons, and I tried to find them online, but I mean, I haven't eaten one in years. I couldn't find them. So I found a recipe. So I've been making them. I've got the base, and I need to just melt the chocolate, dip them in chocolate, toast the coconut, and whatever. I'll show you a picture. And but I don't know. My father-in-law, he's got dementia, so apparently that's why he's got these, like, this wicked sweet tooth, because he eats nothing but sugar. And you know, he's like 90, so who cares? I know the doctors will be like, well, maybe we should worry about his diet. Why? He's 90. He's not coming back from this. This is terminal. That's what a Scottish macaroon looks like. So the inside, the white part, is, of all things, mashed potato and sugar. So it's 50 grams of mashed potato and 400 grams of powdered sugar, and you mix it all together. And then these are little bars. This is how they traditionally look, but I rolled it into a log, and I'm just going to slice it, melt the chocolate, dip it, and then I just need to toast the coconut, because the little brown bits on the edges, that's toasted coconut. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. And if I have time, I'll maybe squeeze in a walk. I don't know. I shouldn't have said that. I just looked. Little Fox is sound asleep. So I thought, oh, I just said the W word and he might be all like jumping up and down. So, so Lola's saying you had me on board until you said potatoes. You cannot taste the potato. Like, this is what shocked me. I've eaten these my whole life. I had no idea there's potato in it. It's 50 grams. It's like a couple of tablespoons and all this sugar. It's just, I don't know what it is. It just makes it a little bit more solid, and that's what adds the moist. And so we'll see. We're going to try them. If I get them finished tonight, I'll run over to my father-in-law's house and have him do a little taste test. Pacing through the pages is saying I'm trying to declutter too because I want to start quilting again and need the room to do so. It's kind of like my reward for getting rid of stuff. And then if you do quilting, you can buy more stuff, right? Because the funnest part of a hobby is buying all the stuff. Yeah. I can't even get in my craft room right now. I literally, I'm going to have to devote a week to gutting that room and getting everything organized. Mostly what I'm tripping over right now are toners from my printer. So I need to gather them all up and drop them off at Staples. Moistly. Yeah, speaking moistly. Yeah. The only good thing about that guy was his hair. And even then, he was all over the map with that. And potato. Yeah, I like I said, I've eaten these my whole life. I had no idea there was potato in them. And then when I was like Googling the recipe, I was like, this can't be right. But sure enough, I went to my most trusted Scottish chef and for their recipe, and yeah, potatoes, moistly. All right. So yeah, still working on the shawl, and I'm still reading. I haven't even read a word today. The Passengers. I should pull it up here. You know, I always read everybody else's books and I never read my own, like read the descriptions. All right, The Passengers. And John Mars is he's a pretty epic author. Like, you would look at him and never imagine that this guy writes these kinds of books. Has a 4.05. It is part of the Dark Future trilogy. I've read The Marriage Act. That was an interesting one. And this is The Passengers. 8 self-drive cars set on a collision course. Who lives? Who dies? You decide. When someone hacks into the systems of 8 self-drive cars, their passengers are set on a fatal collision course. The passengers are a TV star, a pregnant young woman, a disabled war hero, an abused wife fleeing her husband, an illegal immigrant, a husband and wife, and parents of 2 who are traveling in separate vehicles, and a suicidal man. Now the public have to judge who should survive, but are the passengers all that they seem? This is really, and so far it is quite interesting. I'm about a third of the way through, and it is, it's lighting me up. Absolutely, definitely lighting me up. It's got an interesting little twist in it so far, and I'm like, ooh, see what happens. And yeah, and I like, it's only 400 pages, so I'm about a quarter of the way through, and it's I want to get a good chunk of it read tonight. Oh, look at the cover. I just realized that the cover is like the little symbols that you see on your dashboard when things are going sideways. Interesting. Okay, so don't forget to share your pictures into my Discord. The link is right here. And it's just a couple up above Lola's comments. We'll do show and tell at 4:00. And so send them to me in the next hour so that I can get them converted to JPEGs for this. Because when I get them from Discord, they're WebPs, and I need them to be JPEGs or PNGs for here. So we were talking about Blake's Cozy Countdown. So look at this. How adorable is that? This is sort of her prompt page. And it's got, you know, all the different prompts for reading and activities and everything else. And then she also did a bingo card of all the different things. So I'm going to get those printed today and have those ready to go. It does start today, but no pressure, no rush. Don't freak out if you're not ready. You can jump in anytime. Right, Jen? Isn't that so pretty? Like, Blake always does such a good job on these things. I love seeing them. She had her Summerween ones, and then she did them for each month. And I just thought, this is like, when people do things with such care, it's really nice and it shows. And I think that's why so many people like hanging out in Blake's groups and chats, is like, she really does it with such tremendous care. So that's what we were talking about earlier. I did drop the link to the video, the launch video. If you didn't catch it, just message me on Discord and I'll send it to you. Because if I start looking for it now, I'll fall down a rabbit hole. And so that's what we're doing now for the next couple of months. And I did actually put a little comment in the Discord, in Blake's Discord chat for the Cozy Countdown, just reminding everybody that to be aware that in Canada, we have our Thanksgiving in the middle of October. I believe it's October 12th this year, and most people will be celebrating on the 11th. So I'm just like, just in case you're thinking you might be celebrating, we're all going to be celebrating Thanksgiving with you. No, we won't. Not all of us. Not all of us. So, you know, maybe maybe I'll talk to Blake and see about doing like a little Thanksgiving, Canadian Thanksgiving thing, and then the American Thanksgiving thing. We'll see. We'll see, like a little live stream or something. John is saying one of my favorite bookstores for the bingo is in Jacksonville, and I'll be there in October. Oh, that'll be nice. Hold on, let me just. There we go. Is there a visit a bookstore? Oh, visit your favorite bookstores right there. Yay! Just on the bottom row. Or the second from the bottom. There we go. And so you're going to do a 12K. Is that like a run? Is that like a running thing? Or 12K books, 12K pages? And so you might have to stop by to stamp that square. Do it, take pictures, blog it, do all the things. And it's in Florida. Yeah. I've been to Florida. I know where Jacksonville is. Well, I knew Jacksonville was in Florida. But yeah, that looks fun. But look at the little ghosty in the top corner. So sweet. So sweet. And I have my Halloween diamond painting somewhere. I'll show you. Because I was working on it and then I kind of got sidetracked with a whole bunch of other things. And this. So this is how far I've gotten. So I just have this little bit and then this section to do. I could probably finish it in an evening. So I might just do that. But how cute is he? But here's the thing. There's this one little white one here, and there's a couple little white ones. And I'm like, is this meant to be white? I don't know. Because I did use the right color bead or diamond. But I don't know. Are they meant to be like little orbs, like little fairies or something? I don't know. I do not know. But anyway, we're almost done. We're on the home stretch. So that's exciting. That is very exciting. And pacing through the pages saying, yep, the 5K race is on Saturday and the 12K is on Sunday at a beach in Florida near Jacksonville. Do you have to run on the beach or do you run on the road next to the beach? Because running on sand's really hard. That's like your 12K is now a 35K if you're running on sand. But so you're going to run 7. Are you running? That's awesome. 17K in a weekend. Ooh, that's awesome. Lola's sending me a message here. Oh, There we go. All right. Now I know I need to know if you're actually really running. All my links are there. There we go. And stretch and hydrate if you haven't already. Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to go back into sprint to get some more stuff done. I've got to go get my winder to fix this. And I was right in the middle of sending a payment for something. I had all kinds of stuff going on. So I need to kind of get back on track here and get my things done. And I'm going to just leave my camera on. We'll pop the music back on. And if you want the practical magic music back on, let me know. Otherwise, we've got the winter, I don't know what it's called, dreamy winter lo-fi. And pacing through the pages, saying I'll probably run most of the 5K. The 12K will be run walk. I've done it the past 3 years, and it's one of my favorite races I do. Well, good for you. And when did you say you're going? October? Okay, you're going to have to keep us posted because we want to hear how you do. We want to hear about your experience. We're going to need a vlog. We're going to need like a group chat, all of it, because I want to hear all about it. I've never done something as serious as that. We did, my family did foam glow back in 2018, 2019. And that was really cool, actually. It was way the west end of Toronto, and it was at night. And they had all these different like foam machines that you go through. You're like running or walking, and then there's all this foam, and it was a lot of fun. And then you could upgrade your package to like glowy stuff. So we got my son gloves that had like lights in the fingers, so he was like dancing with those little light up fingers. And we had all the glow stick stuff. And I have a photo of me driving home where I was like looking in the passenger rearview mirror, like on the side mirror. And I was just like leaning my head against the window, and I had like a glow in the dark headband that had like little ears that was glow in the dark. And now whenever I think about that, that's the image that pops in my mind. And everybody was wearing like costumes and all kinds of things. Like I think I had like Superman leggings, maybe, or I can't remember. It was a lot of fun though. It was fun. Lots of music and dancing and foam, and like this is one of those things you take a change clothes. So that was a lot of fun. And then I think my husband and son did Color Me Rad earlier that year, and that was like dust. That was like, if you've ever seen like a Hopi festival where they have the little packets of colored powder, that's what was at this thing. I didn't like it. I did not like it. Foam glow was way more fun. So yeah, maybe I'll look into doing another one of those, and then we can compare notes. Awesome. All right, let's sprint till 4 o'clock. And if you would like to take part in show and tell, by all means, drop your pictures into the chit chat department of my Discord. You'll see it there. On the link is in the chat. And when you go into into my Discord channel, you'll see chit chat right on the side. It's near the top. It is near the top. Okay, friends, let's get back to productivity. I'm just going to turn the volume down a smidge. There we go. And then we can get back to what we were doing. Okay, happy sprinting. I just finished. Just as I was, I looked at it like it's 4:01. I'm like knitting like the wind to get the row finished. I'll show you how it looks now because we get weekly updates now on it. So it is kind of huge. All kinds of huge and absolutely gorgeous. And it's got sparkly thread. So it's got a little glitter, a little pizzazz. And then it's worn like this. Like this is so it'll be worn like this. There we go. And I haven't decided yet if I'm going to wear, for the event that I'm making this for, I might wear a burgundy dress or I might wear a navy blue dress. I have both. So we'll see how I feel. We shall see. And I see Alicia's back. Welcome back. Glad you are here. So I'm just going to talk about Bag O' Day. Because it sounds kind of dramatic. So I did last night, I think, saw in my feed a video just saying why I've been gone. I did not realize there was drama. I did not realize anything had happened. I thought this was I've been on vacation and here's all my photos kind of video. So I didn't really connect it with kind of the end of her YouTube career. So I did some research. And it said that she stepped away because the pressure, negativity, and personal drama surrounding her life as a large YouTube creator has become too much. She's appearing to be deeply discouraged and said she no longer believes that she had meaningful influence in the crochet community. So her channel was not feeling. She had 1.16 million subscribers. I'm sure she still does. And she's made over 2,500 videos. Holy smokes. So basically from everything that's being said, years of public criticism and hostility had worn her down. Being a very visible and outspoken yarn reviewer brought repeated backlash. I can see that. Absolutely. I reviewed her yarn. Oh, hopefully no one shares that with her. But you know what? Maybe she would appreciate knowing. Maybe she would know that at the factory level, her yarn is not being produced the way she wants it. She felt hurt by people within the online community. She had reached a point where continuing no longer seemed emotionally worthwhile. She wanted to step away from hosting and the public facing side of YouTube. She did not publicly provide one clear, verifiable incident or name one person as the sole reason. But I saw where she got swatted. Like, she's at home, live on YouTube, talking about crochet and yarn and everything else, and the police showed up and swatted her, like, over yarn. Like, this is the kind of thing that international drug dealers do, not crocheters. So yeah, the jealous people are everywhere. There's been considerable viewer speculation about feuds, harassment, and the earlier swatting incident, but I would not treat every theory circulating in comments and crochet groups as fact. I think that I think that she was being harassed. I think there was a feud with another, because when she got swatted in that video, she was saying these sorts of things. So I don't know. Everything's there. And then I see here, Mikey from the crochet crowd interpreted it as a potentially unnecessary mental reset, leaving open the possibility that she could eventually return. Her channel is still there. Like, I just looked at her channel and saved that video so I can watch it later. And yeah, I'll have to watch the video to find out. I did not know that it had kind of come to this. I thought it was, I thought maybe like all that was in the past, but maybe not. So yeah, that's YouTube is a crazy place. In my other life, somebody stalked me and dug into my life and started to publicly say some things about my life. It was interesting. They only found out certain things, and those were things that I said publicly, and then I could see where other things were made up. And so it was like, oh, they added in this extra embellishment that is not actually true, because people were asking me, and I was like, no, there's the truth, and the rest of it has been made up. So yeah, people are, and this is not like a new thing. Like, I remember, you know, when we first started having the internet 30 plus years ago, the, you know, crazy stalkers and all of it. And even back before the internet, you didn't need a computer to stalk somebody. So yeah, I can see why she's taking some time away. And, but her yarn is really nice, by the way. It's just, it's the yarn is nice. It's just at the factory, they're not gradient. The gradient isn't working at the factory level. So there we go. There we go. And Lola is saying, I'd love to be able to run. I have a few 5K medals. Fun. Maybe that will be my goal if anything health-wise changes. Well, what if you walked 5K? Like, 5K is like an hour, maybe? Although, yeah, your little legs might have to work a lot harder. But I know, like, I do, my little walking route with Fox is 5K. Hold on. Am I being swatted? There's someone at my door. Hold on. Okay, it's just someone selling something. Just as I'm talking about being swatted, and the next thing, the cops are at the door. It's just a guy selling something. But yeah, what if you walked? Would you be able to do that? Got the yarn wound. That wasn't the greatest job of it, but it will do. It will do, and got a couple more rows in. So now I'm down to 7 of the lattice rows and 24, so 31 rows left. Holy heckin'. That's a lot. So 31 times 200. So 6,200 more stitches to go. And Lola walked Marshall Pierre. And there's Alicia's back from getting the kiddos. And pacing through the pages is saying I did a few more tasks for work and cleaned off and hosed the front porch. It's super hot out, so I wasn't there for too long, but it's done. Where do you live? I don't know that I know. Are you in Texas as well? Why do I feel like you're in Texas? It's like almost one of those things that way back in the vault I know, but it's not like at the front of my mind. Alicia saying we're getting settled back at home. We'll be going out for dinner tonight because tonight is spirit night. Fun at a certain restaurant, and some of the funds go back towards the school PTA. That's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Oh, North Carolina, but right near South Carolina. Okay. So yeah, hot places. I've been to Myrtle Beach. I think that's in South Carolina. Is that right? I haven't been in America in a long time. We're going to need to pull up the map for the Canadian in the house who's like, I don't know where anything is. If it's more than an hour from my house, I probably don't know much about it. So don't take it personally like that I don't know where something is in America. Absolutely not. All right. So let's have a little show and tell. If you remember last week, I was struggling, and I think it's still in the corner. I threw the project in the corner because I was like, this is not working. And it was the little scarf. It was the little holly scarf, if you remember. I don't know if I have any photos of it on my laptop currently, but let me see if it's there. No. Is it there? Oh yeah, there it is. All right. So that little scarf. Now, the big long edge at the top, that's where you start. You don't start at the bottom. Normally, like my mind was very confused when I first started this, because normally, like I've started at the bottom, at the pointy bit. But this pattern starts on the big, so you do 5 stitches, but then you keep, like it's like this, but then it kind of grows out to be like this. So last week I started it so many times and kept frogging it and just driving myself crazy. And I don't know why I couldn't get it to work. What I had done was I bought the pattern and then I didn't love it. So I gave it to ChatGPT and asked it to just change all of the increases, but then write it out row by row, because it's like, okay, so there's a paragraph of how to do that. I'm like, no. I need all the rows laid out for me. So ChatGPT did that. And it works, but not all the time. So it's just really frustrating that I'll get to like row 24 and it's not working anymore. Meaning that it wants a certain number of stitches. That many stitches are on the needle and it's still not, I'm ending up with either not enough or too many stitches. So I was getting frustrated. So the question was sort of like, did ChatGPT mess it up when it translated the pattern? So I sent the GPT pattern to Lola for her to try to see if it works for her. And so she's made it to row 50. 50. And so this is how hers looks, which you think that what's on the needles is going to be the long part, but no, what's at the bottom is the part that goes along, and then you would tie that around your neck or around your hair. So that's, and you can see the pattern there where I was like, no, because you know when you get a pattern and then it tells you, okay, for rows 75 to 260, do this. And it's like, no, I need every row. Just tell me every row, because I use this to mark my stitches, to keep track of my stitches. But then I also use a Post-it note, a little, I don't have a pattern here, but a little, one of those little pointy ones so that I could just move it down with each row. So I kind of double track my rows. And apparently this pattern does work. And I'm not the knitter I believe I am. So that's where we're at there. Lola seems to be trucking along, making great progress. So once I get this done, and then I've got to make a bunch of poppies, which won't take me very long at all. And then I'll probably return to this because I was doing mine in a purple. So we'll give it another try. We will give it another try. Pacing through the pages is saying, yep, Myrtle Beach is in South Carolina. Awesome. And I remember like when I was there, they had all of these stores, like beach stores. Like I remember one called like Eagles or something. And that's where you go buy your suntan lotion, your floaties, your like swimsuits, towels, all the souvenir-y stuff. Yeah, Myrtle Beach was interesting. And then there's like a mall. Like it's not like exotic. Like I've been to places where like if you talked about a mall, they would be like, what are you talking about? Simply because they just don't have them there. Like when you're in the middle of the Sahara Desert, they don't know what a floaty is or a mall. So I thought it was like kind of cool that you're like, we were in a resort hotel, beaches right there, everything you could possibly want. But then if you just, I'm a mall rat, I'm a Gen Xer, I grew up in the suburbs, I'm a mall rat. I love a good mall. And then go, maybe spend a couple hours wandering the mall just to see, what their malls look like. So Myrtle Beach was kind of neat. And that's so cool that you live so close. Like, do you ever go there? Do you do like a weekend at the beach or do you live in a beach place? Because I live in a beach town and I can't remember the last time I went to the beach. So I might go down and do some filming down there. Maybe I'll go sit. Oh, what if we did sprints at the beach? Don't you think that would be fun? Just like not like this like product, but just cozy like reading sprints, but at the beach. I think that'd be kind of fun. So yeah, thank you to Lola for testing my pattern and proving I just suck at knitting. That's all. I was also putting myself under a tremendous amount of pressure. So I think once I'm only focusing on this little scarf, it'll go a lot easier. So that's where I am at with that. And I think that is it. Yes, it is for the show and tell today. I didn't have anything too exciting myself. I just had my little September image for all my socials, and still knitting, knitting and reading, and drinking mugs of tea, and my little dog. Jenna's saying Myrtle Beach is very touristy. They have all of the shopping. My best friend and I took her daughter there in July and had a great time shopping. They have a new true crime museum that we spent hours at. Fun. Ooh, that's fun. Wow. I can't imagine ever being there again unless I was like driving through. Like if I was on my way to Florida, which is always a possibility, then I would probably be like, well, let's stop in Myrtle Beach for a day or two and then keep going. So, and Alicia's saying your images are so adorable. Thank you. ChatGPT. I had my original image made, which is the one that you see here. We won't play it right now, but that image was the first one. And then every season I have just, like for Valentine's Day, I made one. For Bingo night, made one. There's a spooky one. What were we doing? Was it Summerween? I can't remember. Anyway, I got a whole bunch of them. And so all I do is I just give the original image to GPT and just say, can like make me one that is themed, whatever. Easy peasy. Alicia, I'll help you. I'll help you. Pacing through the pages, saying I sprinted at the beach I go to in Florida. It's a different vibe to sprint at the beach for sure, right? Well, we'll do a Canadian beach on Lake America. Yeah. Alicia saying I get to start my September TBR, but I need to finish filming my TBR video. And after dinner problem, yeah. So, fun fact, in another life, I'm a professional tarot reader. And I used to post videos of tarot readings. And it was so easy. You just film the video, slap it on YouTube, put a thumbnail on it, off you go. This style of vlogging and it's so much work. It's so much work. Now I know why people have like one video a month, because it is a lot of work. Like I'm sitting here thinking about my my summer vlog. It is September and I have not done my summer vlog. I'll need to do that this week. And just take everything from June, July, August. It's going to be one big vlog. And then there's this woman, she has a website, like a printables website. And so you can buy her printables and journal paper, all this kind of stuff. And she sends these things out once a month. She does some freebies. So she does calendars. And they're so cute. Like she themes them to each month. Do you see what I mean? Oh, sorry. I can't see the screen to know what you're seeing. Anyway, so she does, see, you can see, like, isn't that sweet? The little apples. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is for September, I'm going to write out all my memories so that when I film my vlog, I'm not sitting here trying to remember what I did. And then this will be like a filming schedule or something. But they're super cute. And maybe life will get easier. But the editing videos is just the hardest part. I wish I could just be the person who films, throws it up there, and doesn't really care. Like, I wish I could be that person. But I'm not. So I have to edit all my videos. And if you've seen my vlogs or any of my videos, there's music. There's all kinds of things because I'm a little extra. I got to overdo it to feel worthy, to feel tolerated. Alicia's saying, I'm starting with A Court of Thorns and Roses. Have you not read that? Have you not read that? Or are you rereading it? That's the only one of her books that I've read. And that's the book where I'm like, I don't need to read anymore. I'm good. It was nice. It was a lovely story. She tells it well. And I didn't need to read anymore. Jen is saying it's not our go-to because it's so busy. But we went because my friend owns a timeshare and we went for extremely cheap. Nice. Friends with properties. That's the way to do it. Alicia's saying I need to figure out how to do that. I'll help you. I'll send you a message. We'll get you to something tonight. We'll get something. When you come home from dinner and all that, message me. I just said I'll message you, but when you get back, message me and we'll see if we can get something for you today. Alicia's saying I have a new TBR game I'm testing out and you guys get to see those tests. Yay! I did August and now September. Awesome. Can't wait. Pacing is saying the intent of my channel name is reading and running, pacing through the pages. I did kind of get there in my mind when we were talking about you running. But I have yet to film running content. But you've got my wheels turning for a vlog when I do the race in October. Do it. Do the I would say do like the touristy stuff in amongst the running. But then you could also camp it up a little bit, right? Like you could, like when you go to your favorite bookstore, you could be like running, like go from running in the race, but then run up to the door of the bookstore, right? Like you could really camp it up that way. I think it'll be fun. I can't wait. I kind of I actually want to come with you. And Alicia's saying that's cute. Thank you. And Alicia's saying I've not read it yet. I read Crescent City series and Throne of Glass. Oh. So you've not read the first series. Okay, got it. I did not know that you could read the other two series independent of the first one, or like the ACOTAR series. Interesting. Well, there you go, but never started A Court of Thorns and Roses. Somebody I know read it, told me it changed her life and that I needed to read it. And that's why I read it. And I was just like, what changed? I'm so confused. I don't know what happened. Nothing inspired me. Alicia's saying, oh, thank you. You're so kind. Of course, babe. We got you. Amron saying Throne of Glass. Oh, was that the first one? Because I hadn't even heard of it till this year. Then ACOTAR, then Crescent City. Oh. See, I think so many people only heard of her from Court of Thorns and Roses and that series that we thought, oh, that's it. That's her first series. Because that's why I thought, oh, that's her first one. And then the rest all came. I didn't know. I know nothing. It's not my thing. So that's why I don't know much about it. But they're all different plots, characters, and places. Okay. Sarah wrote Throne of Glass in her teens, I think. Interesting. Was it fan fiction? Or was it like her own kind of original idea? Because you know how like 50 Shades of Grey was fan fiction? And there was another one that was fan fiction. And I can't remember what it was. Unfortunately, these days, everything is fan fiction because it's all kind of based on models of everything. I was listening to a video and this guy was talking about how the original Star Wars was a product of George Lucas's mind, but the people now who write Star Wars are the people who grew up watching Star Wars. So everything kind of has to be fan fiction for them at that point, which I thought was sort of an interesting way of looking at it. Alicia's saying I'm going backwards in a sense. It's supposed to be Throne of Glass, ACOTAR, then Crescent City. I went Crescent City, and then I started Throne of Glass in the middle of it, and now starting ACOTAR. Got it. I think she was in her 20s when she did ACOTAR. Maybe that's why, like, the character... Like I said, I've only read the one, but the character felt very authentic to me. Like, when I read it, I was like... Now that I hear this, I'm like, okay, that makes sense because she was a young girl, young woman. And so if the author was a young woman at the time, that's why it feels so authentic. Do you know what I mean? Like when an old person writes young person, sometimes you're like, I don't think you've met a young person, you know? Or like when men write women, it's like, you ever met a woman? You know? But this makes so much sense because if she was in her early 20s, maybe, then that makes sense why that character in Thorns and Roses felt very authentic. It felt natural. I think it was her own original idea because ACOTAR is known to be a Beauty and the Beast retelling. Well, at least book one. Yeah. Yeah. Stockholm Syndrome. There we go. Google says she was 29 when ACOTAR came out, but we don't know how old she was when she started writing it. Do you know what I mean? She could have been like 20 and it took her a long time. I don't know. We'll see. So I just got an email that tomorrow is movie night in the park, the final one. We were supposed to play SpongeBob, whatever the SpongeBob movie is, back in July, but we had all those fires here. And so like our sky was orange, nobody could breathe. It was awful. And it lasted like a week or something. And then that we were supposed to do a movie night, but it was like, we're going to postpone it because nobody should be out in this smoke and everything. So it's going to be tomorrow night. So because we had that extra week, because Labor Day is late this year, so we've got the luxury of this week. And so I just got an email saying it's going to be raining, potentially, probably. So we may have to move it indoors and not be movie night in the park. It'll be movie night in the barn. So there we go. Ren is saying, yes, she was 16 when she wrote Throne of Glass. Is that what it's called? But only published it when she was 26. There we go. Yeah. So that's the thing, is it may have taken a long time to get published. So the 20-year-old character in the book might have been written by a 20-year-old. So I'm assuming she must have written some of ACOTAR around that time. Yeah. Yeah. And Alicia's saying, I will be celebrating my son's birthday on Labor Day this year. Fun, he gets a whole holiday just for his birthday. That's awesome. I love that. And you know what's nice? As much as I'm not a big fan of the fact that your kids go to school so early, here, Labor Day is the last day of summer holidays. And then it's the day after Labor Day, they go back. It doesn't matter when it falls or anything. And so it's shocking to me that your kids have been in school for a few weeks already. But here's the good part. Because your son's been in school for a few weeks already, the kids in the class know him and will be able to celebrate his birthday with him and not have, my husband often talks about having a July birthday and nobody comes to your party because everyone's away. So the fact that they're in school, then there's friends there who can celebrate birthday too. So yeah, it's wild. They've been in school for a month already, but they get out earlier than we do. Our kids go to the end of June in public school. And now my son, for university, he goes on the 8th and 9th for orientation, I believe. The 10th is the first class, and then he'll be done in December. And then in January, they go back, and then they'll be done in April. So that'll be different. That will be different for everybody who was here earlier when I was talking about my son. Alicia's saying, yeah, ours finish end of May. Okay, so a month. Yeah, so they go back a month earlier than here, but they finish a month earlier. But isn't it crazy? Are the schools air conditioned? Because they're not here, which is why we could not have school in August. August is the hottest part of the year here. The grossest part of the year. So yeah. And so I did write down a few things to chat about. So we've talked about The Passengers, the book I'm reading. We talked about the knitting. Have you been watching that Pan Am docudrama? Ooh. The investigation is wild. How they're figuring this out is incredible. And that's the Lockerbie crash, the plane that crashed in Scotland back in the 80s. Crazy. But the how they're solving this is unbelievable. And it's taking them to different parts of the world. And this is in the 80s. So this isn't even high tech, modern day investigative tools, but they're figuring out exactly what suitcase the bomb was in, how the bomb was detonated, the clothing that around it. It's just amazing to watch this. And it's comparable to there was a little girl, I think it was in the 80s that she was murdered in north of Toronto. And they couldn't figure out who did it. And it wasn't until the police had, they had a genealogy department. I had no idea. I want to work in that department. And they found random DNA, a DNA sample that had just been thrown on a shelf or something from the original investigation. And so they find this and they test it, but with the genealogical information that they now have in our modern times, they were able to like sort of, they found this huge family tree and they narrowed it down and they knew the exact person who did it. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable how they figured out who murdered this little girl. Unfortunately, this man had killed himself around the corner from me before they discovered who it was. So yeah, he might have sensed the end was nigh. But yeah, he parked in his garage, I guess, and turned the car on. And so he was gone before the police figured out it was him. The good news is that the girl's mother was still alive. So she got the closure. She got the peace of knowing who it was and didn't die never knowing who killed her daughter, who murdered her daughter. And the crazy part was it was a family friend. Yeah. Be very, very careful who you invite into your home. That's all I can say about that. But again, that policing of how they figured it all out. And it was just unbelievable. The man who murdered this little girl helped look for her. Yeah, that's only slightly psychotic, right? Alicia's saying, yeah, the schools are air conditioned and they're required to have water bottles with them. Required. I don't think I drank water till I was in my 30s. Alicia's saying, oh, I have to tell my husband about that one. It's on Netflix and it's Pan Am. I think if he goes to Netflix and just searches Pan Am, he'll find it. And it's episodes. So it's 4 or 5 episodes. So it's a solid amount of watching. Well, oh no. Yeah. Forensics are fascinating to me. I actually, when I was in high school, thought about being a forensic pathologist, kind of coroner, sort of something, because it is just so cool how they solve mysteries and crimes using these details that most people would just look over, you know, especially forensic psychiatry. Oh, what's that? Let's look that up. Forensic psychiatry. What's forensic psychiatry? I know what forensic accounting is. What do forensic scientists do? They're medical doctors who evaluate, diagnose, and treat individuals at the intersection of mental health and the legal system. There's a lot of that going on. They assess if a defendant understands legal proceedings and can help in their own defense. Insanity defenses, they evaluate a person's mental state at the time of an alleged crime to see if they knew right from wrong. And they administer tests to measure the risk of future dangerous behavior. For disability, in civil claims, they evaluate psychological damage such as PTSD, review medical negligence suits, and determine if a person was of sound mind when signing legal documents like a will. They care for patients with mental illnesses in prisons, secure hospitals, or state psychiatric units. Expert witness testimony. They can explain complex medical and mental health findings to judges and juries. Interesting. Wow. That is very interesting. Alicia's saying, yeah, it was on their school supply list. Yeah. I don't think it even needed to be. In this day and age, everybody's walking around with a water bottle. It's just sort of wild to me that, like, back when I was a kid, nobody thought about, like, were we hydrated? Were we fed? Were we hydrated? Anything like that. Alicia's saying, I wanted to be like Bones, a forensic anthropologist when I was younger. Then I discovered writing. You could write books about forensic anthropologists. I'd read that. I would read that. There's some great, there was, There was a movie I watched years ago that was kind of like that. I'll have to think of the name. We're not going to spend any time watching me struggle to find the name in my head. In the vault. In the vault. So yeah, the Pan Am movie was really, really interesting. I'm almost finished it. Like it's like how they did it was they took all the details of the case. And so they even have like a little disclaimer at the start where they're like, yeah, this is, a creative representation of what happened. And they're like, thousands and thousands of people worked on this case, but we have 5 characters. So they even said they sort of combined people to sort of make one character to represent the story, which I thought was kind of neat. And how they worked. So you have like the Scottish team and then the American team, and then all the other countries that don't want to be blamed for what happened. They're all involved. It was really, really fascinating. And I was only a teenager at the time, so it wasn't even like on my radar of things to be interested in. But learning about it now, it is quite fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And so the rest of my week, I've got movie night tomorrow. I think I'm going to try to get to Costco because I want to buy a tablet. Plus, I need to stock up on all the things that are now going to cost us 50% more because of our government. And so I want to stock up on all that stuff before the 8th when all the new taxes come in. And so, yeah, we've got the list of things. So we know what to kind of look for and get stocked up on for the near future. And hopefully we don't run out before things go back to normal. So yeah, I'm going to do that. I also have a lot of button orders to get done with the election. Right now in Canada, every municipality is having an election right now. This is an election year to elect new councils and mayor, etc., school board trustees, all of that. And then the candidates all want buttons. So they know I've had a button company for 14 years. So they just come to me. I put out an ad and so the orders are coming in. So I think I've made 700 buttons in the last week. 5-6 days, something like that. 700 buttons. Good times. Good times. And I don't know if I even have one here. I don't know. Oh, yeah. I'll show you. I'll show you what they look like. So this guy here, he ordered, there we go. He ordered 500 on the first day of the election. So I knew I was going to be busy. And then another candidate ordered 100 right away. So what will happen is the orders will keep coming in as the candidates get more and more donations. And then what I'll do is I'll reach out to all the campaign managers and the graphic designers as well, because a lot of them, they have the logo, the design for the button, but no one to make the buttons. So I do a lot of that. Last year 4 years ago in the election, I sold 2,200 buttons just in my little community. And then more buttons went out to other communities as candidates there were ordering them. So usually go through a few thousand buttons at this time of year. So that'll keep me busy. That, you may be watching me make buttons while I'm sprinting one of these days. So, and our election is October 26th, I think. I can't remember. Let's see. Oopsie. Let me just look at. I think it's the 26th. It's a Monday, which makes sense. So our election is in just less than 2 months. So yeah, that will be me kept busy. That's not fun. No. The smartest thing, probably the kindest and best thing as a leader that Mark Carney could have done was just said, I'm not going to overtax Canadians. they've paid enough. But no. And what's fascinating is that like we don't get that money. Like if we and the seller on the other end doesn't get that money. So if I buy something and it's sent to me from America to Canada and it's tariffed 50%, it's not like the person at the other end gets that money, and it's not like I get the money. It's just the government gets the money. So it's not helping anybody except them. Yay. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of buttons. Yeah. I probably made closer to 3,000 buttons 4 years ago last time. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I've had my button company since 2012. And so, yeah, made a lot of buttons. And what's really cool is about these buttons is that they can be mirrors. So instead of the pin on the back, I can put a magnet. So it's a different backing. I can put a magnet, or I could put a mirror. So I do make pocket mirrors as well. So some people might be getting pocket mirrors in little surprises maybe at some point with my logo on them. So yeah, that's what I've got going on here. And then on Friday, I've got I have an elopement. So for anybody who hasn't been kicking it with me for a while, I am a minister in real life. And so I go to a lot of weddings and funerals. And so somebody that I know, she used to live in town and she lives about 30 minutes from here now, got in touch with me. And she was like, my friend is trying to get married and they're having the worst time with ministers trying to find somebody that they like and will help them. And I'm not a big believer that you have to have a relationship with the person who leads your marriage ceremony, simply because like if that was that important to a couple, they would be going to church for years, long before they asked the minister to do their ceremony for them. So I do have people occasionally who are like, it's really important to us to have a relationship with this person. And I'm like, why? Like, we're not going to have a relationship after your wedding. So why do we have to have a relationship before your wedding? So this is sort of what we run into sometimes is people don't know anyone. And in this case, they didn't like the people that had been recommended to them, not because they're fussy about personality. They haven't met me. They just spoke to me through email. But apparently the people that were being recommended to them were putting a lot of requirements on them in terms of like marriage coaching and marriage classes and all of this. And they were like, we've been together like 20 years. We just want to sign some paperwork so that we're legally married. So I was like, I will come help you with that. So that's Friday afternoon. And then we're going to watch Practical Magic. And did I see Lola say that it comes out on the 18th? Or was that something else? Practical Magic 2. It says it comes out on the 11th. But why did I think Lola was saying the 18th? Or maybe it was meant to be the 18th and they changed it to the 11th. Maybe that's what it is. That's cool. Yeah. I've never heard of that. I got married at the courthouse and was done with it. We didn't want a big wedding. Yeah, a lot of, like, we don't really have that so much here. Like when you, yeah, I just looked it up. It is the 11th. But Lola said the 18th, and I wasn't sure if she was meaning Practical Magic or something else. So we'll find out. So you can go get married at town hall. Like we don't have a courthouse like that. That's not like we have town hall. So like a courthouse, like we have courts, but we don't have like a specific building that kind of handles trials and courts and lawyers and judges, plus all the administration of the municipality. So we have town hall, and the courts are in another town. So if you get charged with something here, you go to another town for court. So, but you can get married in town hall. And there's plenty of times when people will be like, I don't want a minister. I don't want religion. I don't want this. And I'm like, then just go to town hall. Yeah. Like people get angry at the prices, the rates that ministers charge to drive 2 hours to your wedding, stand there out in the heat and make everything perfect. So I'm like, go to town hall. Easy peasy. They'll do it. There is a clerk there who is legally entitled to sign marriage documents, but they don't necessarily want that job. They don't necessarily want to do that. So there have been times when the clerk has called me and said, can you come in here and help me out? Because they're like, I don't want to be doing weddings and stuff like that. So, yeah, I do a lot of elopements because of this exact thing. So what we would call it here is an elopement. And I just meet somebody like at lunchtime, or I meet a couple at lunchtime, 2 witnesses, and then we just do the quick little 2-minute thing, sign the paperwork, everybody's married, boom, you're done, off you go. And I get not wanting the whole big production. I totally get it. And I've had people like days before their wedding in an absolute panic over their wedding, because during the marriage ceremony they have to stand in front of everybody, and I'm like, well, you invited them. You know what I mean? Like what was in your mind when you invited all these people? So I have said to couples, you don't have to do this ceremony in front of 200 people. We can do the ceremony privately, like in your kitchen even. We just need 2 witnesses. And then you can have your reception and everything else, and not have that pressure of standing in front of 200 people speaking your heart. Like that is a lot. Me, I light right up. I am like, best I've ever been in my life. Give me an audience and a microphone and I am on fire. But a lot of people aren't. And I totally get that. And I have made that offer to dozens of couples. Not one of them has taken me up on it. Every single one of them has stood in front of 200 people and spoken their heart. I think they just want somebody to say, you don't have to do that. And we have a solution. We can do something totally different. And then they realize, oh, yeah, we should probably just do it the way we planned. So, yeah, so that's Friday. So that's my week. I've got movie night buttons, a little quick elopement, practical magic, all the things. Alicia's saying that's what we did. The courthouse, went to a family breakfast, and then a small reception with family and friends. That's my absolute favorite kind of wedding. I did a wedding last summer because I'm busy traveling all summer with my son for Highland Games. I'm not around on weekends, so I don't tend to take summer weddings anymore. And, but a photographer that I know, I married 2 of her sisters. Yeah, I know. It's really interesting because sometimes what I'll do is there'll be a family and there's like 3 or 4 siblings, and every single one of them hires me for their wedding. And then when the grandparents start dying, their parents will hire me for the funerals. So I actually spend a lot of time with some families because they've got all these big events all the time. And so this photographer, I married 2 of her sisters, and she was a 3rd one. And I even said to her, you got any more? Like, we could get everybody married. And it was just a really chill backyard kind of thing. They had their little canopy tents, and everybody was arriving with their own lawn chair and crock pots, casserole dishes and crock pots. And everybody was chill and relaxed. We had a great time. That's my very, very, very favorite kind of wedding. A backyard and aunties coming in with the crock pots. I'm like, we're going to have a great time. Absolutely great time. Alicia saying you have a busy, busy week. I do. This is supposed to be quiet, but it's not. Pacing through the pages saying we did the whole shebang, Presbyterian church wedding, reception in the reception hall. The only thing I would have changed is I would have had the reception offsite. Otherwise, it was perfect. I love that for you. I love that. I did the whole big shebang too. Yeah. In a Masonic temple. I got married in a blue room of a Masonic temple. And we had the reception in their dining room. And it was neat. I think the thing, so when you're saying that what I would have changed is have the reception somewhere else, I totally get it. At the same time, that would add a whole layer of complication, because I've seen what it's like trying to get guests from point A to point B. We don't normally do that with weddings, simply because the ceremony is where the reception is almost 100% of the time. So if it's on private property, like at a farm, I've done so many farm weddings. There's the ceremony, and then the receptions in the big tent in on the property. And anywhere, like even like the big fancy hotels in Toronto, everything's all in one spot. Funerals, though, is when you've got people moving from point A to point B, because you're trying to get people into cars to follow the hearse up to the cemetery, and that's where you lose people. And it's amazing how many people you'll lose. And so whenever I have a couple that is doing a ceremony in one spot and the reception somewhere else, that's a conversation I'll have with them and say, how are you going to ensure that your guests all get from the ceremony to the reception? Because it doesn't matter how much you explain it. You can provide maps, directions, GPS, Google Maps, the works. There's going to be somebody who just disregards it all, and you have to go searching for them. So with funerals, there's a priest that I worked with quite a bit, and we'd always have to go looking for him because he wouldn't pay attention. He wasn't listening. He wouldn't follow. And he just, and he'd be at a whole other cemetery. So yeah, that's the thing, is if you had, not that it even matters now, but if you had done a reception somewhere else, you have added in a whole other layer of complication. So even though you're thinking, well, maybe it would have been nicer somewhere else, probably the low stress element was there because everybody just had to walk down the hall and you didn't lose people. Alicia's saying, aw, yeah, I love that your wedding was perfect. And Alicia's saying, that's awesome, Jen. And Jen saying, the best wedding is whatever wedding works for you. Exactly. And what was interesting in COVID, the number of people who had massive weddings planned, and then they were like, let's quickly get married now when we don't have to invite anyone. Like, we can't invite anyone. So I did a lot of little ceremonies like that in backyards. And I remember one girl, she was like, can you take the picture for us? And she had a sign that said, sorry, Mom. Yeah, it was fun. But that a lot of people were like, this is how we get out of having to do what our parents want. We'll just do it ourselves. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. I helped a lot of couples get out of that. So Pacing saying, good point. Maybe the whole thing outside of the church, we were just a bit limited to what we could do since it was on church property. Yes. The music, the alcohol, the decor, the candles, all of it, you're under a lot of rules with the church. Whereas a venue, like a wedding venue, that this is what they do every day, all day, they have a different insurance. And then they're a little bit more relaxed on the decor, because a lot of times with venues, it's like you just have to have it gone by 3 a.m. Or you have to come back at 7 a.m., whatever it is. But yeah, I've known people who got married in the church and then had their reception in the church and there was no alcohol, which I don't really drink, so it doesn't bother me. But a lot of people left to go to the bar. So yeah. But then, you know what, though? Let's go back to the alcohol thing. I have seen a whole bunch of videos of Gen Zs who are like 30 now. The oldest, the first Zs are 30. And they're getting married. And a lot of Zs don't drink. And so they're having their weddings with no bar. So they'll have mocktails, maybe a coffee bar, a milkshake bar. Like, there's all kinds of other things they're doing, just not having an alcohol bar. And they're like, well, we don't drink. So why should you have to drink to get through our wedding? And I was like, yeah, that's fun. And then I saw one couple and they were like, yeah, our wedding was done by 9 p.m. And then we were home and having a nice rest of our evening. And I thought, well, isn't that interesting? That things are very different now than when I was getting married. Absolutely. And Alicia agrees. I'm not sure which part Alicia's agreeing with. I'm going to assume it's everything. All of it. All of it. All right, let's do one quick little check. Okay, there's nothing else waiting for me in the Discord. Oh, here we go. How do you feel about that trend we had for a bit where people were charging guests to attend? I think it's tacky, but I understand where it's coming from. Weddings are crazy expensive. And like, I know at my wedding what it cost to have one person at my wedding. I knew what that cost was. And I think, I don't know what it's like in other parts of the world. I just know what it's like here. Back when I was getting married, the standard was if you were giving an envelope, you would try to match what your dinner cost. So if your dinner was $100 a plate, you would, if you were a couple and you were giving them an envelope, you would put $200 in the envelope. Basically, the idea was to cover the cost of your dinner at the wedding. There were people that came to our wedding and didn't give a gift at all, which is their prerogative. But at the same time, I can understand if that's what a generation is experiencing, they're going to start thinking about, like, where are we spending our money? So if you've got your parents breathing down your neck to invite 30 of their friends that you don't even know and have never invited you to their house for a meal, you might start thinking, why am I paying for dinner for these people? And so if those people don't show up with an envelope that has money in it, or like an appropriate amount of money, there might be some resentment about, like, wow, I just paid all this money for people I don't even know. Right. So I can see that, which is why a lot of Zeds now are like, if I've never been to your house for dinner, you ain't coming to my wedding for dinner. So I totally get it. I love the sassiness. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. So I can understand where it's coming from. I think that the sort of that charging guests to attend it's messy, right? I think that was a reaction and a response to the feelings of the stories about how you just spent $50,000 on a meal for people and you don't even know their names, right? So I get that. And yeah, that I'm of two minds, to be honest. I don't know how to navigate that in terms of, like, how do you tell people it's $100 a ticket and that's it. You don't need to bring a gift or anything, right? So I don't know. Alicia's saying, yes, it was all of it. Yay. Or when they would charge people who RSVP, yes, but couldn't end up coming. No, they could come. They chose not to. Okay. These are the people who cancel while you're already sitting there. So no, that I totally agree with. I had people who RSVP'd and then didn't show up and never said a word. And I sent them, like, I wasn't necessarily being serious, but I said, you owe me $150 for your dinner. You know what I mean? Like, if you can't go to a wedding, send the gift. Like, if you RSVP, yes, and then you don't go, you still have to send the gift. Okay. That's the rule. That's the social rule, because you've told them and they've paid all of this money and now there's an empty seat. And it's not like the rest or the reception, the venue, the restaurant, whatever it is, the caterer is going to discount you that amount. No, you booked 100 guests, you pay for 100 guests. So if people don't show up, maybe they should be sending you an e-transfer to pay for their meal at the very least. That was a thing. I had no idea. Yeah, it didn't last very long, but it was I saw a lot of videos about it, and then it seems to have passed over us. And now there's other things. Now young people are like, if I don't know you, I'm not paying for your dinner. Done. Yeah. Oh, interesting. I didn't know about the envelope thing. Do you not do like cash at weddings in America? Or like, is it always gifts? Like a physical gift is brought to the wedding? There's no envelopes? Because most people, like in like weddings that I go to, the gift table is very small, and then there's a box for the envelopes, for the cards. It's a card box, basically. Put the card and the money in the envelope and pop it into the card box, and that's your gift to the couple. So interesting how times have changed. Yes. This, like, I think we're going to see over the next 10 years a big trend of young couples just doing exactly what you did, Alicia, or the kind of thing that a lot of my couples do is they just have a small little thing. Like there's a really, really nice restaurant in our town, and they have a little room with a fireplace, and like maybe 15 to 20 people can sit down for dinner in that room, and it's private and quiet. And I've lost track of how many weddings I've done there. So people can keep that little small thing that is just their parents and their siblings sometimes, but still have a nice little wedding. And I think that's beautiful. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that, especially with like the Canadian economy. A good chunk of the country lines up the food bank every week. They ain't paying for dinner for 50 people, 100 people, 200 people anymore. No. And Jen saying, yes, I agree. It's messy for sure. Yeah, like I completely understand it. I agree with the sentiment. I just don't know how to navigate that in a way that it's not messy. That it's just like, oh, of course, that's logical. That makes sense. Like, I just don't know, which is why it's probably blown over, because nobody could figure out how to say, hi, this costs a lot of money. The least you can do is, pop some money in the envelope or buy a ticket or something. Because it's like, I mean, I know, just having a dinner party, people show up empty-handed, or they just don't show up at all. And it's like a lot of money goes into these things. And when you have the money, it doesn't necessarily matter. But if you're just trying to do something nice and maybe stretch yourself a little bit financially in order to celebrate with your friends and family, it's not fair when people don't show up. Alicia saying, I haven't been to a wedding since my mom had her second marriage. I had a gift for them. I think that if a couple has registered and you are aware of their registry and the sorts of things they would like, then what they're indicating is we would like gifts. If you don't do that, because a lot of couples already live together and don't need anything. They've got fully functioning homes. They don't really need stuff. Like, it's not like back when our parents were getting married and they were starting from scratch with nothing. This is, people are starting their lives later on. Like when I got married, we had a house. We didn't really need anything. So our registry was more like, champagne glasses and, cute dishes. And we weren't looking for basics. We weren't looking to start a life. We'd already done that. So I'd say like, it's like the couple tends to let people know what they want without actually saying it. That might come in the form of a shower invitation sent by a friend or the mother of the bride or something that will have the registry information in it. Then oh, they've registered, they want stuff as opposed to envelopes. So yeah. Pacing through the pages saying we did the envelope box, didn't know about match the cost per plate thing. But if you did a gift, if people brought you physical gifts, would those physical gifts come close to matching the cost of the plate. That's sort of I don't know that that's a widespread rule, but certainly for me in the Toronto area, that was the rule. Like, and it's not like no one's getting fired, okay? But it was sort of the rule of thumb, shall we say, that when you're thinking, how much should I be giving these people for their wedding? Well, start with what you can afford and go from there. If you can't afford to give a gift of any kind, then there's other ways around that. I knew somebody who their friend couldn't afford a gift, but she was a florist. So she got them all the flowers at wholesale and then did all their bouquets and everything for them. And that was her gift to them, which cost a lot more than if she had just given them $100 in an envelope, right? But that was a beautiful gift. I've seen people, their gift to the couple was they did the dessert table for them. They did all the baking and candy making and everything for the couple. Like that was their gift. So, I've seen, like I've done it myself as a minister when, somebody I know was getting married and I gave them their ceremony was their gift from me. So I didn't charge them. I treated them the exact same way I would pay or handle my top paying couples. And that was their gift, is that they got their ceremony and didn't have to worry about it. So there's lots of ways around it. You can always offer to help. Like, the couple may have to be paying a team to come and decorate. You could be like, listen, why don't I come do that? I can't afford anything for your wedding, but why don't I come and help with the decorations? I'll stay late and clean up and, but just know that I don't have any money, like that's always an option. Always an option. That was 2006. So yeah, we were still in the time of Gen Xers getting married. And there were, boomers getting married as well, but that was sort of when Gen Xers got married. I got married in 2003. The average age of a Canadian bride in 2003 was 32, and I was 32. It was the most average thing I've ever done in my life was get married at 32 in that year. So Gen X was getting married a lot in that time. And because a lot of us were raised by boomers and like older people, that those traditions came with us, that you give a gift. But then the younger generations were just like, yeah, we need a house. So yeah, there we go. And pacing through the pages, saying this has been a great stream. I've enjoyed spending the afternoon with you all. Well, we have enjoyed you so much. I'm so happy you were here. When I saw your name pop up, I was like, yay, Jen's here. Fun. That's awesome. And we'll chat about doing a stream together. We'll figure something out. We'll schedule something, hopefully for September. And then we'll get that off the ground. And now that I'm back full time, I can be in everybody's chats again. So I'll be keeping an eye for pacing through the pages, doing her live stream. And Alicia's saying I got married in 2005 and I was 21. Oh, you're a baby. Oh, you're a baby. Wow, you were 19 when I got married. I was old. I'm geriatric at this point. My goodness. My goodness. Thank you, Alicia, for being here. I so appreciate you. Ren as well. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. I hope you've had a great day. Here we are. We got all chatty there at the end. And I'm going to go clean my kitchen and make some stuff and jump into some chats later on. I think Blake will be live later too. And so hopefully we'll see everybody somewhere along the way. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you to Lola for being my ride or die, modding, keeping everybody on their best behavior in the chat and making sure that we have everything that we need and reminding me that we have to be going live when I'm deep in a project. And Alicia saying, take care, everyone. Yes, all of you take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you next week, same time, same place. Have a great evening. Oh, my video's not playing. Oh my gosh. What a day. What a day. Why is it not playing? Let me see. I swear, the technology is killing me. There we go. There we go. The thing is, I'm always determined to make it work.
Kettle's on and the fire glows low. Yarn in a basket and a soft lamp's glow. A stack of stories waiting by the chair. Pull up a seat, there's magic in the air. Turn the page, cast the stitch. Every tale begins with just a little twist. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. Welcome friends, the tale begins with woolen words and kindred kin. So settle in, stay a while. Pearls and plot twists make us smile. Needles click in a gentle rhyme. Stories unfolding one line at a time. Heroes wander through forests deep, while blankets grow stitch by stitch. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. So cast a stitch and turn a page, another chapter on the stage. The yarn is warm, the story's true, and there's always room here just for you.